Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Forest of Mirrors did not earn its name from any ordinary reflective surfaces. Here, in the heart of the ancient woodland, where 12 massive yew trees formed a perfect circle, shimmering veils of light hung between gnarled branches like liquid moonlight. Each portal rippled with images of distant lands, a desert of purple sand, a city built upon the backs of giant tortoises, mountains that floated among clouds, and realms stranger still. For centuries, these passages between worlds had been watched over by the secret order known as the Guard of Portals, sworn to maintain the delicate balance between realms and prevent any being from crossing without permission. Now, that ancient order lay in ruins. Lyra's boots crunched over broken glass and scattered parchment as she moved through the devastated underground sanctuary beneath the forest floor. The bodies of her mentors and fellow guardians lay where they had fallen, their blood already dried to rusty stains on stone floors inscribed with protective runes. No ordinary weapons could have breached their defenses, yet something had torn through their ranks with terrifying efficiency. She alone had survived, having been sent to gather moonflowers that bloomed only one night each decade, ingredients vital for the ink used in the Codex of Passages. When she returned to find devastation, the weight of her entire order's legacy fell upon her shoulders like an avalanche. "Master Thelen," she whispered, kneeling beside the elderly man who had taught her the sacred geometries of portal maintenance. His weathered face was frozen in an expression of surprise rather than fear. Around his neck, the grand medallion of passages still gleamed with internal light, somehow untouched by whatever force had destroyed everything else. With trembling fingers, Lyra lifted the medallion, a complex arrangement of overlapping silver and gold circles inlaid with 12 different gemstones, and placed it around her own neck. Immediately, her senses expanded. The medallion connected its wearer to all 12 realms simultaneously, allowing them to feel disturbances in the fabric between worlds. Now, Lyra could sense them all, rifts widening, boundaries weakening, ancient barriers starting to dissolve. "I'm not ready," she murmured to her fallen master, even as she gathered what remained of their most sacred text. The Codex Duodecim, its leather cover scorched and many pages torn. Unlike the practical manuals she had studied as an apprentice, this book contained the deepest secrets of the Order, written in a cipher she had not yet been taught to decipher. Something massive crashed through the forest above, shaking dust from the sanctuary ceiling. Without the Guardians maintaining the protective enchantments, creatures from other realms had already begun crossing through weakened portals. Lyra had no time for proper burial rites. "Say I will honor your sacrifice," she promised, tucking the damaged codex into her satchel and gathering what supplies remained intact. Vials of quicksilver, binding cords spun from moonlight, chalk made from the ground bones of creatures that existed between realities. As she emerged from the hidden entrance beneath an ancient oak, the night sky above the Forest of Mirrors confirmed her worst fears. Instead of stars, ribbons of colored light danced across the heavens, crimson, emerald, sapphire, and hues for which human languages had no names. The auroras signaled the beginning of what the ancients called the Great Confluence, the merging of realms that occurred when the portals failed, a creature that resembled a wolf, if wolves had 6 legs and skin like polished obsidian, prowled at the edge of the clearing. It raised its head, nostrils flaring as it caught Lyra's scent. Her training took over. She reached for the medallion, focusing on the amber stone that corresponded to this creature's realm. With a swift gesture, she traced a binding sigil in the air between them. The beast howled, a sound like glass shattering, before dissolving into motes of black light that were pulled back toward the nearest portal. "The one down," Lyra muttered grimly. 1,000 more to go. She couldn't possibly maintain the boundaries alone. According to the emergency protocols, there was only one course of action when the Order faced extinction: find Kalor, the Oathbreaker. For decades, apprentices had been warned about Kalor, a guardian of legendary skill who had abandoned his vows 30 years ago after discovering some terrible truth within the oldest sections of the Codex. Now he served as the notorious witch hunter of Aldemir, persecuting those with magical abilities, the very same people who might help repair the portals. The irony was not lost on Lyra as she slipped through the forest. Avoiding patches where reality had already begun to thin, streams flowed upward in defiance of natural law. Trees bore fruit that whispered secrets when disturbed. The very air occasionally solidified into crystal formations before shattering back into breathable atmosphere. 3 days of careful travel brought her to the borders of Aldemir, a kingdom of severe stone architecture and rigid laws. Banners of black and silver hung from watchtowers, each bearing the emblem of the Iron Queen, a crown encircling a shattered mirror. The city of Glassholm loomed before her, its spires reaching toward the increasingly chaotic sky like accusing fingers. Here, the confluence manifested as perpetual twilight, the sun unable to fully rise or set as the boundaries between day and night realms weakened. Lyra pulled her cloak tighter, hiding the medallion. In Aldemir, any magic beyond the Queen's sanctioned court sorcerers was punishable by death. The witch hunter had carried out hundreds of such sentences personally. "Your papers, traveler," demanded a guard at the city gate, his armor polished to mirror brightness. The reflective surface was no mere vanity. It was designed to reveal shapeshifters and beings of shadow who could not cast proper reflections. Lyra presented forged travel documents identifying her as a scribe's apprentice. "I seek employment in the royal archives," she explained, the story rehearsed countless times during her journey. The guard studied her reflection in his bracer before waving her through with barely a glance at the papers. "Keep to the eastern quarter. The western districts are under curfew after another creature sighting." Inside Glassholm, evidence of the weakening barriers between worlds was harder to spot, but unmistakably present. Citizens walked with hurried steps, eyes darting toward the strange sky. Fountains occasionally flowed with liquids that were not water: amber nectar, silver quicksilver, even what appeared to be liquid shadow. Official town criers announced these phenomena as seasonal anomalies, with scientific explanations that fooled no one. Finding Kalor proved easier than expected. The witch hunter made no effort to hide his presence, occupying a tower adjacent to the royal palace. Each morning, he would emerge to oversee public trials in the central square, his tall figure draped in a cloak that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Unlike the ornate silver masks worn by Aldemir's nobility, Kalor's face remained uncovered, a deliberate statement that he feared no magical retaliation. Lyra observed him for 3 days, noting how his left hand always rested on the pommel of a sword whose metal had an unusual blue tint. More telling was the thin chain around his neck, partially visible when the wind shifted his cloak. A chain that could only be holding a guardian's focus stone. the personal anchor each member of the Order used to find their way back from other realms. On the fourth day, as crimson lightning split the perpetual twilight and creatures with too many limbs were spotted scuttling across rooftops, Lyra made her move. She followed Kalor to a secluded courtyard where he performed what appeared to be a daily ritual, laying out 12 small stones in a precise pattern before sitting in silent meditation. "The portals are failing," she said simply, stepping from the shadows. "And I am the last." Kalor moved with shocking speed for a man his age. His blue-tinted sword at her throat before she could blink. His eyes, one brown, one an unnatural violet, narrowed as they focused on her face. "Apprentice," he growled, the word neither question nor greeting. "Who sent you?" "No one sent me. They're all dead." She slowly reached for the medallion, pulling it from beneath her cloak. "Whatever you found, whatever made you leave, it's happening now. The great confluence has begun." The sword did not waver, but something in Kalor's expression shifted. "Who killed them?" "I don't know, but the seals are breaking, 12 realms collapsing into one another." Lyra held his gaze. "You're hunting the wrong targets, Guardian Kalor. The people you condemn as witches, many are sensitives who can feel the boundaries between worlds. They could help us." "Help?" A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he finally lowered his sword. "Child, there is no stopping what comes. I didn't abandon my oath. I fulfilled its true purpose." He gestured toward the palace looming above them. "The Iron Queen does not fear the confluence. She orchestrated it. Her lineage traces back to the reality weavers, beings who once ruled all 12 realms as one. The separation was never natural. It was a prison, created to contain their power." Lyra's mind raced, pieces falling into place. The cipher in the codex suddenly seeming familiar when viewed through this lens. "You've been positioning yourself close to her, learning her plans. For 30 years, Kalor nodded, a hint of approval in his gaze. "And the witch hunts were regrettable but necessary. I had to eliminate those who could sense the truth before they were manipulated into serving her. The Queen needs 13 bloodlines from across the realms to complete the reunification ritual. And the hunt let you find them first," Lyra realized. "You've been hiding them. Some. Others I could not save." His hand unconsciously touched the focus stone beneath his cloak. "But now you bring me the grand medallion, the final component she needs." The courtyard suddenly darkened as clouds, the color of bruises, gathered overhead. The air pressure changed, making Lyra's ears pop painfully. "She knows you're here," Kalor whispered, urgency replacing his previous calm. "So the medallion's presence distorts reality around it." As if summoned by his words, royal guards poured into the courtyard, their armor no longer merely reflective, but actively shifting with images from other realms. Behind them glided a figure whose mere presence made the air crystallize, the Iron Queen of Aldemir, her crown composed not of metal, but of solidified light that bent wrongly around her head. "Guardian Kalor," she spoke, her voice layered with echoes that seemed to come from multiple throats simultaneously. "Your deception ends today, and you, last apprentice, have brought me exactly what I need." Kalor moved with fluid grace, his sword tracing sigils in the air that momentarily disrupted the guards. "Advance. Lyra, run." "The Forest of Whispers, 3 leagues north, the others wait there." But Lyra stood her ground, the medallion growing warm against her skin as it resonated with the ancient power before her. In that moment, she understood what her fallen masters had been preparing for all along. The Guard of Portals had never truly been meant to keep the realms separated forever, only until someone with the right knowledge and heart could restore proper balance. She raised the damaged codex, which now glowed with symbols that matched the patterns in the chaotic sky above. I am the last guardian of the old order, she declared, her voice steadier than she felt, and the first of the new. The Iron Queen's face contorted with rage as Lyra began to read from the book. Words that had seemed indecipherable now flowing from her lips as if she had known them all her life. With each syllable, the medallion's gems pulsed in sequence, and above them, the aurora-filled sky began to stabilize into distinct patterns. Not separation, Lyra realized aloud as power flowed through her, and not complete unification. Balance. As Kalor fought back the advancing guards, Lyra continued the incantation that would neither seal the realms completely apart nor allow them to collapse into one, but instead establish new guardians, new passages, new understanding between worlds that were never meant to be entirely separate nor dangerously merged. The battle for the 12 realms had only just begun. Story 2. The waters of the Crystalline Bay retreated like a great beast drawing breath, unveiling secrets long shrouded by the emerald depths. Stone spires crowned with barnacles and seaweed emerged from the receding tide, their ancient carvings still visible despite centuries beneath the waves. Fishermen from the coastal kingdom of Merhaven whispered of omens and prophecies as they dragged their boats farther down the expanding shoreline each morning, their nets returning half-empty. Nereus stood ankle-deep in the cold surf, his weathered fishing boat beached on sand that had not felt the sun's touch for millennia. His calloused hands trembled as he held aloft his discovery, a trident of black amber that gleamed with an inner light, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Unlike the crude fishing spears of his village, this weapon bore intricate carvings of sea serpents and forgotten runes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. "You should not have touched it," came a raspy voice behind him. Old Marden, his beard as grey as storm clouds, pointed a gnarled finger at the trident. The temple guards cast such artifacts into the deep for a reason. Boy, the sea gives up her treasures only in warning. But Nereus could not release it. Since pulling the trident from a bed of strange blue coral that morning, his mind had been flooded with visions, vast underwater cities with spiraling towers of pearl and coral, beings with scales instead of skin swimming through palatial corridors, and deep in the darkness beyond them all, something ancient stirring from slumber. "The sea is speaking to me." "Marden," Nereus whispered, his eyes reflecting the trident's glow. "It shows me another world." 3 days later, when Nereus raised his hand during a storm and the raging waves parted before his fishing vessel, the whispers became shouts of heresy. The inquisitors of the tide, priests of Merhaven who interpreted the will of the sea god Oceanus, came for him at dawn. Their azure robes billowed in the salt-laden breeze as they surrounded his modest hut. "But Nereus of the eastern shore," announced Inquisitor Varen, his face concealed behind a mask of polished abalone shell. "You stand accused of communion with the abyssal forces and wielding forbidden magics. Surrender the artifact and submit to cleansing." Nereus had hidden the trident beneath the floorboards, yet he could feel its power calling to him, surging through his veins like the tide itself. As the Inquisitors advanced, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. A fountain of seawater erupted between Nereus and his accusers, but he had not summoned it. From within the spray emerged a woman clad in leather armor, adorned with shells and silver. Her hair, the color of sunset on water, was braided with pearls and small bones. At her hip hung a cutlass that dripped with salt water, though it had not touched the sea. "The boy comes with me," she declared, drawing her blade in one fluid motion. "By the ancient covenant between the Tidewalkers and the temple, I claim right of sanctuary." Inquisitor Varen hesitated, his hidden eyes studying the woman. Captain Meredith Stormborn, he hissed the name like a curse. Your piracy grants you no rights under our laws. These are not your laws to interpret, she countered, grabbing Nereus by the arm. And the waters recede, Varan. You know what this means. The Leviathan stirs. Before the Inquisitors could respond, she flung a shell to the ground. It shattered with a crack like thunder, enveloping them in a cloud of mist that smelled of deep ocean trenches. When it cleared, Nereus found himself aboard a ship unlike any he had seen in Marehaven's harbour. Its hull was carved from dark wood that seemed to drink in the sunlight, its sails iridescent like fish scales. The Abyssal Crown, Meredith announced, noticing his wondering gaze. Fastest ship on or under the 12 seas. Her weathered face softened slightly. You have questions? Ask them as we sail. Who are you? Nereus began, clutching the trident he had retrieved before their escape. What did you mean about the Leviathan? The ship lurched forward, though no crew could be seen tending the sails, cutting through waves with supernatural speed. I am the last sworn knight captain of the Abyssal Kingdom, she replied, eyes fixed on the horizon. And you, Nereus, are an heir of the Abyss, one of 7 descendants of the royal bloodline, scattered across the surface world when our kingdom sank beneath the waves 3 millennia ago. She pointed to the trident in his hands. That is the Tidecaller, one of the 7 royal artifacts. It recognized your blood, as I did when I felt its awakening. The receding sea is the first sign that the great cycle approaches completion. Over the following days, as the Abyssal Crown sailed along Marehaven's transforming coastline, Meredith revealed the truth. Every 3,000 years, the primordial Leviathan, a creature that had existed since the world's formation, would stir from its slumber in the deepest ocean trench. Its awakening caused the waters to recede as it drew breath, before it would rise to cleanse the world of what it perceived as corruption. In ancient times, Meredith explained as they stood on deck beneath a blanket of stars, the kings and queens of the Abyssal Kingdom performed the ritual of the tides to soothe the Leviathan back to slumber. But when surface dwellers brought war to our realm, the kingdom was destroyed, its royal family scattered, and knowledge of the ritual fragmented. Nereus looked out at the horizon, where distant peaks had emerged from the sea, the tips of massive underwater structures now exposed. Why did your people not perform the ritual during the last cycle? A shadow crossed Meredith's face. There were not enough heirs found in time. The Leviathan rose. The kingdom that once stood there, she gestured toward the emerging ruins, was called Lysandria. It now lies beneath 2,000 fathoms of water, as does most of the Abyssal Kingdom itself. Their destination was the Temple of the Depths, a massive structure now fully exposed by the retreating sea. Once a sacred site where surface dwellers and abyssal people communed, its alabaster columns and domes now stood tarnished by centuries underwater. Strange creatures scuttled among the ruins, beings neither fully fish nor crustacean, that fled from the light of their torches. Within the temple's heart, they discovered an enormous chamber dominated by a circular pool that still held seawater, though the ocean had retreated a mile beyond. Above it floated a globe of pure water suspended by magic, containing a detailed map of the known world with 7 points of light, pulsing at different locations. The Orb of Tides, Meredith breathed, her usual bravado momentarily replaced by reverence. And it shows the locations of all 7 heirs. As Nereus approached, the point of light representing Marehaven flared brighter, and the water within the orb shifted, revealing images of 5 other individuals. A desert nomad clutching a shell-encrusted dagger, a mountain scholar with webbed hands concealed by gloves, a jungle huntress whose tears turned to pearls, an ice realm smith wearing a crown of coral, and a child in a market whose touch could calm storms. The seventh light, however, emanated from beneath the temple itself. "There is another heir here?" Nereus asked, gripping the trident tighter as its amber glow intensified. A slow applause echoed through the chamber. From behind a massive column stepped an elegant figure in robes emblazoned with the royal insignia of Marehaven, a man Nereus had glimpsed only from afar during festival ceremonies. "Archmage Thalassos," Meredith snarled, her hand dropping to her cutlass. "Captain Stormborn," the royal advisor replied with a mocking bow. "Always one step behind. I've studied the Leviathan cycle for decades while you pirates fumbled in ignorance." With a gesture, he revealed what hung around his neck, a pendant of black coral shaped like a key, pulsing with the same energy as Nereus's trident. "The seventh artifact," Meredith gasped. "The abyssal key. Indeed," Thalassos smiled coldly. "My grandmother was born with webbed fingers that my grandfather cut away at birth. The royal family has always suspected their ancestry was not entirely conventional. But unlike you," he addressed Nereus, "I have greater ambitions than merely lulling the Leviathan back to sleep." Thalassos raised the abyssal key, and the temple floor split open, revealing a staircase spiraling down into darkness. The Leviathan is power incarnate, power that can be harnessed, directed. Why pacify a god when one can command it? "You're mad," Meredith stepped forward. "The ritual requires all 7 heirs working in harmony. Any attempt to control the Leviathan will doom this entire coastline." "A necessary sacrifice," Thalassos shrugged. "My agents have already eliminated the heir in the desert and taken her artifact. Soon we will have them all." Nereus felt the trident pulse in his hands, responding to his rising anger. Without thinking, he pointed it at the pool between them. The water rose in a massive column, then froze in place. "You don't understand the power you're tampering with," Nereus said, surprising himself with the authority in his voice. "I've seen visions of what happens when the Leviathan rises. There won't be a kingdom left for you to rule." Thalassos's eyes narrowed. "So the fisherman has teeth, but can you save the other heirs before my agents find them? Can you master the ritual in the scant weeks before the Leviathan fully awakens?" "The tides wait for no man, boy." With those words, the Archmage stepped backward into the spiraling staircase, the floor sealing shut behind him. Meredith turned to Nereus, her face grim yet determined. "We must find the remaining heirs. The Orb of Tides has shown us their locations, but Thalassos has a head start." Nereus gazed at the shrinking globe of water, the faces of the other heirs, his distant kin, imprinted in his mind. In his hand, the trident of black amber hummed with power that felt less alien by the hour. The sea had chosen him, and now he must choose to embrace his heritage or let the world drown. "Then we have no time to waste," he replied, turning toward the temple exit where the abyssal crown waited. The sea gave up its secrets as a warning. Now it's our turn to answer. Behind them, in the deepest trench, far beyond the retreating shoreline, something vast and ancient shifted in the darkness, drawing another breath that pulled the waters back even further, revealing more of the world it had claimed millennia ago and would soon judge again. Story 3. The eternal flame atop the central spire of Antherion's grand citadel faltered for the first time in 1,000 years, its once brilliant golden fire dimming to a pale amber glow. Throughout the vast empire, from the frost-laden northern territories to the sun-scorched southern deserts, citizens paused as one, sensing rather than seeing the change. Emperor Galvianus, the flame blessed, was dead. The throne of ashes awaited a new master. Commander Thorn stood among his legion on the fields of valor, the blood of border skirmishers still fresh on his blade, when he felt the burning sensation begin. It started as warmth, then escalated to searing pain as ancient runes etched themselves into the flesh of his forearm, glowing within a fire. His men gasped, falling to their knees around him, not in fealty to their commander, but in reverence to what the markings signified. "And the flame has chosen," whispered his lieutenant. Eyes wide with awe and fear, Thorn stared at the runes in disbelief. He was a man of common birth, the son of a blacksmith, elevated through merit rather than bloodline. That the sacred flame would mark him as a potential heir to the throne of ashes defied all tradition, all expectation. The throne had always passed to those with imperial blood, those trained from birth to harness the primordial fire that was said to be the Empire's lifeblood. In the imperial city of Pyreholm, the 7 great mages gathered in their tower of obsidian glass. Archmage Valdorian, his silver mask gleaming in the spectral light of their arcane instruments, traced his finger across a map where 12 points of fire had suddenly appeared. 12 candidates, he mused, his voice like gravel underfoot. More than ever before, the flame's will grows, unpredictable. "One is a commoner," spat Magister Iella, her eyes shifting color like burning salts. "A soldier named Thorn, commanding the Eastern Legions." "A soldier," echoed Archmage Valdorian, his interest piqued. "How unexpected. Find him." "The eternal flame may be confused, but we need not tolerate its error." Within days, Thorn realized the danger of his marking. 2 fellow candidates, a noble scholar from the western provinces and a priestess from the Temple of Embers, were found dead, their bodies reduced to ash, the runes on their arms carved away. He abandoned his legion under cover of night, leaving behind his commander's mantle and the life he had built through decades of loyal service. The underground passages beneath Pyreholm's outer districts offered temporary sanctuary. Here, where steam and smoke from the city's great forges created a perpetual twilight, Thorn encountered Seraphina, a hooded figure who moved with the fluid grace of noble training, but carried daggers with the familiarity of an assassin. "Your arm," she said, "not a question but an observation." "Then the flame chose poorly if it wanted someone who could survive." "I never asked for this," Thorn replied, unconsciously covering the burning runes with his hand. "Nobody asks for destiny, Commander." She lowered her hood, revealing features of striking beauty marked by a scar that ran from temple to jaw, a deliberate desecration of royal beauty. Was Princess Seraphina of Dracanth." The name struck Thorn like a physical blow. Dracanth, the conquered kingdom of the East, had been absorbed into Antherian's empire 3 decades prior. Its royal family was said to have been executed to the last child. "Dracanth," he repeated, "the land of dragon tamers." Her eyes, amber with vertical pupils like a cat's, flashed with something between pride and pain. "The last of them. Like you, I carry a burden I never sought." She extended her arm, pushing back her sleeve to reveal scales of iridescent crimson that began at her wrist and disappeared beneath her garments. "My bloodline's gift and curse." Their alliance formed from necessity rather than choice. The great mages had dispatched hunters bearing crystals that could track the flame's essence within the marked candidates. Together, Thorn and Seraphina navigated the labyrinthine undercity, emerging only when necessary, gathering information about the remaining candidates, now dwindling rapidly as the mages' agents found them one by one. "Why do they kill the marked?" Thorn asked one night as they camped in an abandoned temple dedicated to forgotten fire deities. The murals here showed kings and queens seated upon a throne made of grey ash, commanding flames that took the shapes of beasts and warriors. Seraphina traced the faded images with scaled fingers. "The throne is not what they've told your people. The throne of ashes was not created to rule men." She pointed to a section of the mural showing the throne atop a mountain, with something vast and serpentine coiled beneath. But it was made to wake dragons. The revelation came in pieces as they journeyed deeper into the hidden history of the Empire. In ancient shrines and forgotten texts, they discovered the truth. The first emperor of Antherion had not conquered with armies alone, but with the power of the primordial dragon, a creature of such immense power that its fiery breath had forged mountains and its wings had carved valleys. The dragon did not serve willingly, Seraphina explained, as they stood before a massive subterranean fresco depicting the ancient pact. My ancestors, the dragon tamers of Dracanth, helped bind it beneath the continent, allowing it to sleep while channeling a fraction of its power through what became known as the Eternal Flame. Thorn studied the image of a throne formed from the dragon's compacted ash, and the throne of ashes, a focus point. The emperor who sits upon it can direct the flame's power throughout the empire, make crops grow in barren soil, warm cities through deadly winters, power war machines beyond imagining. Her voice hardened. But every 1,000 years, the dragon stirs in its sleep. The flame weakens. A new emperor must rekindle the celestial fire that keeps the dragon docile. And if the dragon fully wakes, Seraphina's silence answered more eloquently than words. Their journey led them inevitably to the heart of Pyreholm, to the grand citadel, where the throne of ashes waited in a chamber directly beneath the eternal flame's spire. Along the way, they gathered unlikely allies, a disillusioned imperial guard whose brother had been a marked candidate, a scholar thief obsessed with the Empire's hidden history, a former priestess who had foreseen the dragon's awakening in dreams of fire. The night they infiltrated the citadel, the sky above Pyreholm rippled with auroras of crimson and gold. The earth trembled periodically, subtle at first, then with increasing intensity. Deep beneath the continent, the primordial dragon was stirring from its millennial slumber. The throne room doors stood open, unguarded, a trap so obvious that Thorn almost laughed. Within, the 7 great mages surrounded the throne of ashes, which sat upon a dais of black marble, veined with what appeared to be flowing lava. The throne itself seemed unremarkable, a seat formed from compressed grey ash, somehow solid despite its seemingly fragile composition. Archmage Valdorian turned as they entered, his silver mask reflecting the weakened flames that danced in braziers around the chamber. The soldier and the last dragon tamer. How predictable that you would find each other. Step away from the throne, Thorn commanded, drawing his sword, which now glowed with the same fire as the runes on his arm. You misunderstand your purpose, Commander. Valdorian gestured to the throne. We have no desire to sit upon it. That honor belongs to the flame chosen. Seraphina tensed beside him. They mean to use you, Thorn. The ritual to rekindle the celestial fire requires sacrifice. Not sacrifice, corrected Magister Iella. Transformation. The chosen becomes one with the flame, directing its full power not to subdue the dragon, but to wake it. The truth crashed upon Thorn with terrible clarity. The great mages had killed the other candidates not out of jealousy, but to ensure that when the time came, only their chosen vessel would remain, someone they believed they could control, who would sit upon the throne and channel the flame's power according to their design. The dragon cannot be controlled, Seraphina warned, her scales now spreading visibly across her exposed skin, her eyes fully transformed to those of a dragon. My ancestors knew this. That's why they helped bind it. Your ancestors were cowards who feared true power, sneered Valdorian. The dragon's awakening will not destroy the world. It will remake it, and we shall be its masters. The chamber shuddered as the most violent tremor yet shook the citadel. Cracks appeared in the marble floor, venting superheated air from somewhere far below. The eternal flame above them flickered dangerously, each fluctuation sending spasms of pain through Thorn's marked arm. In that moment, as magic crackled in the air and destiny hung in the balance, Thorn understood why the flame had chosen him. Not for his noble heart or martial prowess, but for his capacity to choose. Unlike emperors born to power or mages seduced by it, he had seen the cost of ambition on countless battlefields. "If the chosen must sit upon the throne," he said, stepping forward, "then so be it." Before Seraphina could stop him, before the mages could discern his intent, Thorn lunged, not toward the throne, but at the marble beneath it. His flaming sword plunged into the crack that had formed during the tremors, driving deep into the ancient stone that separated the imperial seat from the dragon's prison below. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The marble shattered, the dais collapsed, and the throne of ashes fell into the chasm that opened beneath it. The mages screamed in rage and disbelief as their millennia-old plans crumbled before them. Seraphina grabbed Thorn's arm, pulling him back from the expanding abyss. "What have you done?" she gasped. "Chosen a different path," he answered, watching as the throne disappeared into darkness. Without the throne, the flame cannot be directed, neither to fully wake the dragon, nor to force it back to slumber. The tremors subsided, not with sudden cessation, but with gradual easing, like a sleeper settling back into more peaceful dreams. Above, the eternal flame stabilized, burning neither with its former glory, nor with the dimmed weakness of recent days, but with a steady, measured light. In the days that followed, as Pyreholm slowly recovered from what official histories would call the Great Trembling, new flames appeared throughout the empire, smaller, independent sources of the same primordial fire, no longer centralized in the imperial capital. The dragon's power, once monopolized by emperors and mages, now dispersed like seeds in wind. The throne of ashes was gone, and with it, the absolute power of Antherion's rulers. What rose from those scattered ashes was not one crown, but many, smaller kingdoms united not by force or ancient magic, but by choice and common purpose. Commander Thorn never claimed a throne or crown. The runes on his arm faded to silvery scars, a reminder of destiny refused. Instead, he and Seraphina traveled the reimagined empire, seeking out the newly kindled flames, teaching those touched by their power to use it wisely. For the dragon beneath the continent continued to slumber, but now its dreams touched many minds instead of one. A burden shared rather than a power hoarded. And in that sharing lay a different kind of strength, one that would endure long after the legends of the Throne of Ashes had faded into myth. Story 4. The Temple of the Four Moons stood at the confluence of worlds, its four alabaster spires reaching towards celestial bodies that only fully aligned once a millennium. Moonlight of different hues, silver, amber, azure, and violet, converged upon the central dome where the last of the eternal crystals hovered in perfect suspension, pulsing with inner light like a heartbeat shared between realms. Its facets sang with barely audible harmonies that kept the boundaries solid between the lands of the living and the vast shadowy domains of the departed. Lysandor pressed his back against a column of moonstone, fingers instinctively strumming silent chords on his lyre harp as he watched the lunar priests perform the ritual of resonance. His presence was both honor and burden, the youngest bard ever invited to witness the ceremony, yet sworn to silence until the ritual's completion. The crystal's song vibrated through his bones, awakening melodies in his mind that no mortal instrument could fully capture. The first tremor came without warning. The temple floor shuddered, sending ripples through the ceremonial pools that surrounded the crystal's dais. The second shock struck as the high priestess raised her arms in supplication to the aligned moons, her silver robes billowing as though caught in an otherworldly wind. Intruders breached the lower sanctum. A sentinel's cry echoed through the chamber, followed by sounds that belonged in nightmares, the clash of steel against something that rang like breaking glass, and screams that seemed to come from multiple throats simultaneously. The massive doors of the inner sanctum exploded inward in a shower of splinters and silver dust. Through them strode figures that shimmered between solidity and translucence. Warriors in ancient armor bearing sigils of kingdoms long fallen, their flesh somehow both present and absent, their eyes pools of darkness threaded with moonlight. "The spectral vanguard," gasped the high priestess, her face ashen. The barrier already weakens." What followed was chaos sculpted by nightmare. The temple guardians rushed to intercept the phantasmal warriors, but their weapons passed through the apparitions with little effect. The specters moved with singular purpose toward the crystal, ignoring all who did not directly block their path. Lysander found himself propelled forward by instinct rather than courage. His fingers struck his lyre-harp strings, playing a counter-melody to the crystal's song, a technique taught by his master for theoretical emergencies, never meant to be tested. Notes of protective harmonics filled the chamber, momentarily causing the spectral invaders to falter. But he was one bard against an otherworldly tide. A phantom general with a crown of twisted darkness fixed its hollow gaze upon Lysander, recognizing the threat. With a gesture that trailed echoes of movement through the air, it hurled a spear of crystallized shadow. The high priestess threw herself into the weapon's path. It pierced her chest, her blood blooming like dark roses against her silver robes. As she fell, her outstretched hand struck the hovering eternal crystal. What happened next would be told in 1,000 contradictory accounts across the realms. The crystal's harmonious pulse shattered into discord. Cracks spread across its perfect surface, light bleeding from within. Lysander lunged forward, his hand closing around a fragment that broke away, an act of desperate preservation rather than theft. The crystal's destruction released a shockwave of raw power that threw everyone, living and spectral alike, to the ground. When Lysander regained his senses, the temple dome had been sheared away, revealing the 4 moons now bleeding color into one another, creating a swirling aurora across the night sky. "The Bard!" someone shouted through the settling dust. "He shattered the crystal. Seize him!" Confusion became conviction with terrifying speed. Lysander saw accusation harden in the eyes of survivors, grief transforming into rage as they sought someone tangible to blame. The crystal fragment burned against his palm, seemingly bonding with his flesh as its song resonated directly through his bloodstream. He ran. Days blurred together as Lysander fled through landscapes increasingly touched by the phenomenon that whispers had already named the convergence. Village wells drew up water that glowed with spectral light. Children conversed with invisible companions who knew historical details no living person remembered. The night sky remained in perpetual aurora, the boundaries between day and night becoming as uncertain as those between life and death. The fragment of the eternal crystal now hung from a cord around his neck, impossible to remove. When he sang or played his lyre harp, it resonated with harmonies beyond mortal hearing, and in quiet moments it showed him visions, glimpses of the dead who walked between worlds, some confused, others purposeful. In a tavern at the edge of the Whispering Woods, Lysander first heard the rumors of the Deathlands expanding, territories where the rules of mortality had completely unraveled. where the dead outnumbered the living and ancient kings reclaimed their thrones with armies of loyal subjects who had followed them beyond the grave. They say the immortal Empress Seraphine has emerged from her crystal palace for the first time in centuries, whispered a merchant to his companion at a corner table. Her imperial phantoms search for something, or someone. Lysandor pulled his cloak tighter, feeling the crystal fragment pulse against his chest like a second heart. That night, the fragment's song invaded his dreams with unusual clarity, showing him a forest of trees with trunks of obsidian and branches that bore crystalline fruit. At their center stood a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held both terrible knowledge and reluctant compassion. "Find me before they find you, Crystal Singer," her voice echoed through his mind. The Grove of Echoes, beyond the Mistfall Mountains. Morning found him purchasing supplies with the last of his coin, the urgency of the vision driving him more than any rational plan. The roads grew less certain as he traveled north, sometimes seeming to shift direction when not directly observed. Travelers became scarce, then non-existent. The convergence strengthened away from populated areas, reality less anchored without the collective belief of human minds. On the seventh day, as he made camp in a valley where flowers bloomed with petals that chimed like tiny bells when touched, Lysandor realized he was being stalked. Mist coalesced into half-formed figures that dissipated when directly gazed upon. The crystal fragment grew hot against his skin, its song becoming a warning tone. "Your pursuit is futile," spoke a voice from everywhere and nowhere. "The fragment seeks reunification. Surrender it willingly, and your passing will be gentle." The mist thickened, tendrils reaching for him with terrible purpose. Lysandor clutched his lyre harp and played the most powerful song in his repertoire, an ancient ballad said to have been composed by the first bard who learned music from the stars themselves. The crystal fragment amplified the notes beyond anything he had experienced, creating a barrier of harmonic energy that pushed back the encroaching mist. From within the fog emerged a figure astride a mount, with too many legs and eyes like smoldering coals, a woman whose beauty remained striking despite the decay that claimed half her face, revealing the skull beneath. Her intact eye narrowed as she studied Lysandor and the protective dome of sound surrounding him. "Interesting," she said, her voice carrying the dust of tombs. "You've bonded with it more completely than the others." "Others?" Lysandor's fingers never stopped their defensive melody. "Did you think you were special, Bard? 7 fragments scattered when the crystal shattered." 5 have already been reclaimed for the Empress." She gestured to a pouch at her waist that emanated a familiar harmonic resonance. "Yours will be the 6th. "Who are you?" he demanded, though he suspected the answer. "I am Morvain, Death Speaker to the Immortal Court." She dismounted with fluid grace that denied her partial decomposition. And contrary to what you may have heard, I have not come to kill you." The declaration took him so by surprise that his fingers faltered on the strings. The protective barrier flickered, but Morvain made no move to exploit the weakness. "The Empress believes the fragments can be reassembled to restore the crystal under her control," Morvain continued. "She is mistaken. The old barriers cannot be rebuilt, only new ones forged. For that, we need the crystal trees, which grow in only one place now." Understanding dawned on Lysandor, the Grove of Echoes. Morvain's intact eye widened slightly. "You've seen it." "In dreams sent by the fragment." He hesitantly lowered his lyre harp. "It showed me a woman there, my sister," Morvain interrupted, "who tends the grove while I maintain the pretense of loyalty to Seraphine." Her partially skeletal hand rose to touch her ruined face. "This was the price of my deception being discovered once." I survived only by convincing her I could still be useful. The mists around them began to thin, revealing a landscape transformed by convergence, flowers that bloomed both in vibrant life and spectral echo simultaneously, trees whose branches extended into spaces that seemed to fold inward upon impossible geometries. The convergence isn't an accident, Lysandor said, the crystal's visions suddenly clarifying in his mind. It's by design. Very good, Bard. Morvaine's lipless skeletal grin was disconcerting. Empress Seraphine has waited millennia for this alignment of the four moons. She engineered the weakening of the crystal, manipulating events across centuries. The original eternal crystals were created by the guardians of the four seasons to separate the realms after the spectral wars. Seraphine believes unification under her rule is the natural order. And what do you believe? That balance, not dominance, is the natural order. Morvaine gestured toward the northern horizon, where the Mistfall Mountains loomed. The true power of the crystal fragments isn't in their physical reunion, but in what they can awaken, specifically in the hands of those with the gift to hear their song. The realization settled on Lysandor with the weight of destiny. The Guardians. The lineage continues, hidden among ordinary people, their powers dormant without the crystals to awaken them. We must find them before Seraphine's phantoms do, winter in the frost citadels, spring among the wild folk, summer in the desert kingdoms, and autumn in the forests of Everleaf. The fragment at Lysandor's chest pulsed with renewed purpose, its song shifting to a melody that felt like a call to ancient powers long slumbering. For the first time since fleeing the temple, he felt hope kindle within him. "Why trust me with this?" he asked. Morvaine's gaze fell to his lyre harp. "Because you hear the crystal's true song, not merely the power it offers. Music bridges realms. Bard, it always has." She extended her hand, flesh and bone together. "Will you help restore balance? Or shall I return to the Empress with news of your unfortunate demise?" Lysandor took her hand, feeling the strange contrast of warm flesh and cool bone. "And I don't seem to have much choice." "There is always choice," Morvaine replied, her voice softening. "That's what Seraphine never understood. The dead choose to linger or pass on. The living choose to remember or forget. The realms choose to separate or merge. It is in the tension of these choices that balance exists. Above them, the four moons continued their slow alignment through the aurora-streaked sky, casting light of mingled colors across a world caught between states of being. Somewhere in the far distance, crystalline notes played a counter-melody to the fragment's song, either a warning or a welcome as the realms of the living and dead continued their gradual, inexorable convergence. Lysandor's fingers found the strings of his lyre harp once more, playing a melody that complemented both the fragment's song and the distant crystalline notes. For a moment, the dissonance of worlds in collision resolved into harmony. "The balance can be restored," he said with newfound conviction, "but not by returning to what was. Something new must be forged, a song that both realms can share." Morvaine nodded, the moonlight catching in her eye both living and dead. "Then let us find those who can sing it with us, before Seraphine's eternal winter silences all songs forever." Story 5. Deep within the heart of the Scarlet Mountains, where jagged peaks pierced the sky like the teeth of ancient beasts, a seal of immense arcane power had held for 1,000 years. Carved into the living stone of a hidden cavern and illuminated by crystals that pulsed with the rhythm of a dying heartbeat. The Great Seal imprisoned Vorax, the devourer of souls, a being so malevolent that the very memory of its reign had been carefully excised from all but the most forbidden histories. Now, as the crystals dimmed with increasing frequency, hairline fractures appeared across the seal's intricate surface, spreading like veins of dark lightning against the stone. In the border village of Mistfall, Elindra woke screaming from a nightmare of shadows that whispered her name. The dream had haunted her for weeks now, formless darkness seeping through cracks in reality, reaching for her with tendrils that felt both frigid and burning against her skin. Whispers, promising power beyond imagining if only she would surrender her blood freely. Her grandmother Moira watched from the doorway with eyes that had seen too much, her weathered hands clutching a pendant of twisted silver and amber. "They're coming," the old woman whispered, her voice heavy with the weight of secrets carried too long. "The shadows have found you at last." Before dawn painted the sky with hesitant light, Mistfall was overrun. Shadows that moved independently of any source, slithering beneath doors and through shuttered windows, engulfing livestock and villagers alike. Those touched by the darkness did not die. Something far worse befell them. They rose with eyes like obsidian pools, their movements jerky, as if controlled by unseen strings, their voices harmonizing in an awful chorus that spoke a single name: Elindra. Moira thrust the pendant into her granddaughter's hands as they fled through the orchard behind their cottage. "This marks you as guardian blood," she gasped between labored breaths. "I had hoped the seal would hold, until long after your time, child." "What seal?" Elindra demanded, her free hand gripping the hunting knife that had been her father's legacy. "What am I to guard?" But Moira's explanation was severed by an arrow that sprouted from her chest, an arrow wrapped in crimson cloth and tipped with silver. The old woman crumpled against an apple tree whose fruit withered to ash as shadows licked at its roots. "Run to the Elderwood," Moira whispered through blood-flecked lips. "Find the exile who dwells where moonlight never touches. Tell him the seal weakens. Tell him Moira sends her blood." Knights in armor, the color of freshly spilled blood, emerged from the morning mist, their visors shaped like the beaks of predatory birds. The Order of the Crimson Vigil, the realm's most elite and secretive brotherhood of warriors, sworn to protect the kingdom from arcane threats. "The Guardian blood awakes," announced their leader, his voice hollow within his helm. "Surrender yourself, girl. Your sacrifice will forge the spear of binding that alone can renew the Great Seal." Elindra ran as she had never run before, the pendant burning against her skin with each stride, somehow guiding her steps away from her pursuers and deeper into the ancient Elderwood, where legends claimed the trees themselves watched and judged those who passed beneath their boughs. 3 days later, starving and exhausted, she stumbled into a clearing where stood a cottage crafted from black wood that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the dappled sunlight. Its windows glowed with amber light, though no flame was visible within. Around the cottage, a perfect circle where no plant grew and no creature ventured. "Blood calls to blood," came a voice like stone grinding against stone. A figure emerged from the cottage, tall and gaunt, with skin the color of burnished copper and eyes that shifted between amber and crimson depending on how the light struck them. His left arm was covered in swirling tattoos that seemed to move beneath his skin. I wondered when Moira would finally send you to me. Who are you?" Elindra raised her father's knife, though she doubted it would avail her against this being whose very presence seemed to distort the air around him. "I am Cadrith," he replied with a smile that revealed teeth too sharp for comfort, half demon, full exile, and reluctant keeper of rituals that should never be forgotten. He gestured to the pendant still clutched in her hand. "And you are the last of the Guardian bloodline, whether you wish it or not." Within Cadrith's cottage, larger inside than its exterior suggested, Elindra learned the truth that had been hidden from her. The pendant was not merely jewelry, but a key fragment, one of 7 scattered throughout the divided kingdom. Each contained a portion of the ritual knowledge needed to renew the great seal that imprisoned Vorax. And 1,000 years ago, Cadrith explained as he traced symbols in the air that hung like burning embers, 7 mages of extraordinary power combined their blood and knowledge to imprison Vorax after it nearly devoured the soul of the world itself. They became the first guardians, passing their blood and duty through generations. But the bloodlines diminished. He continued, his voice tinged with bitterness. Wars, plagues, and human fear of those with power whittled 7 families down to 1, yours. And the Order of the Crimson Vigil, Elindra asked, remembering the knights who had killed her grandmother. They believe the only way to renew the seal is to sacrifice the last guardian and use her blood to forge a weapon powerful enough to drive Vorax back into imprisonment. His eyes flashed crimson. They are half right. Blood is needed, but not in the way they believe. How do you know all this? She demanded. Cadrith rolled up his sleeve, revealing tattoos that matched the markings on the Great Seal from her nightmares. Because I helped create the original seal, he said quietly. My father was Vorax's most devoted servant before he fell in love with a human mage. Their forbidden union produced me, a being with the power to bridge realms and the knowledge of Vorax's weaknesses. The revelation struck Elindra like a physical blow. You're 1,000 years old. Older, he corrected with a grimace. Time moves differently for my kind, particularly in exile. Why were you exiled? The same order that hunts you now feared what they did not understand. They believed that anything of demon blood must eventually turn to darkness. A shadow passed across his face. Perhaps they were not entirely wrong to fear. In the days that followed, Elindra learned that the only way to renew the Great Seal was to gather all 7 key fragments and undergo the elemental trials. Each trial would attune one fragment to her guardian blood, building toward the complete ritual. And we face 2 enemies, Cadrith warned, as they prepared to depart his sanctuary. The shadows that serve Vorax directly, seeking to destroy the fragments, and the Order who would sacrifice you in ignorance. And then there's the question of why the seal weakened now, after holding for a millennium, he added, his gaze distant. Something, or someone, has been systematically undermining it. Their journey through the divided kingdom revealed a realm already infected by Vorax's influence, villages where people moved like sleepwalkers, their souls partially consumed, fields where crops grew black and twisted, nourished by darkness rather than sunlight, forests where creatures mutated into shadowy parodies of their natural forms. At each location of a key fragment, they found evidence that someone had been there before them, someone with knowledge of the fragment's locations. And at each location, they faced one of the elemental trials, a challenge that required both Elindra's awakening guardian powers and Cadrith's ancient knowledge to overcome. The trial of water in the fathomless grotto forced Elindra to face reflections of her deepest fears in the still pools that mirrored not appearance, but soul. The trial of earth beneath the crystal forge required her to remain steadfast, while the very ground attempted to swallow her whole, testing her resolve when every instinct screamed for flight. The trial of air atop the whispering spires challenged her to hear truth among 1,000 deceptive voices, to find her own wisdom when all certainty was stripped away. With each trial conquered, a key fragment activated, burning with inner light that corresponded to Elindra's growing power, power that manifested as an ability to manipulate the boundaries between light and shadow, to command darkness rather than fear it. But the Order of the Crimson Vigil dogged their steps, growing more desperate as Vorax's influence spread. Their leader, Grand Inquisitor Thorn, no longer sought merely to capture Elindra. He now commanded his knights to retrieve her head if necessary, believing her body alone would suffice for their ritual. It was after their narrow escape from the fourth trial, the trial of fire in the heart of the Obsidian Desert, that Kadrith finally voiced what both had begun to suspect. "The timing is too precise," he said, as they rested in the shelter of a crystallized cave. "The Order arrives at each trial site too quickly, as if they're being directed by someone who knows our next move before we make it." Elindra nodded grimly, the 4 activated fragments now woven into a partial medallion that hung at her throat. Someone with enough power to begin weakening the Great Seal and enough influence to direct the Order. "There is only one such person in the divided kingdom," Kadrith whispered, reluctance evident in his voice. "And King Mage Azurios, who has ruled for 3 centuries through what he claims is divine blessing, but what I have always suspected was something far darker." The revelation brought clarity to their mission, but also deepened its peril. Azurios was revered throughout the realm as savior and protector, his magic responsible for prosperity and peace across generations. To suggest he sought to release Vorax would be seen as the highest treason. Yet as they journeyed toward the Scarlet Mountains for the final trials, evidence of the King Mage's corruption mounted. Villages reported royal decrees requiring blood tributes for protection rituals. Patrols of the King's shadowed guard, warriors whose armor seemed to swallow light, searched for enemies of the realm, with descriptions matching Elindra and Kadrith. The final confrontation came not during the 7th trial, but before they could even attempt it. The chamber of the Great Seal itself, hidden deep within the Scarlet Mountains, had been transformed into a ritual space of horrific design. Black candles burning with blue flames surrounded an altar carved from obsidian. Upon that altar lay the 7th key fragment. And before it stood King Mage Azurios himself, no longer bothering to maintain his appearance of aged wisdom and benevolence. His skin rippled with shadows that moved beneath the surface. His eyes pools of darkness that reflected no light. "Guardian blood and demon spawn together," he said, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "How perfect that you would deliver the other 6 fragments directly to me." "You're not trying to prevent Vorax's release," Elindra realized aloud. "You want to control it." Azurios smiled, an expression of terrible beauty on his inhuman face. "For 3 centuries I have fed it just enough souls to sustain it while keeping the seal weakened by degrees. Not enough to break, but enough to allow its power to seep through. Power I have channeled to extend my life and rule." "But now Vorax grows impatient," Kadrith observed, his own demonic heritage more pronounced in the presence of such darkness. "It no longer accepts scraps." "Indeed." Azurios gestured to the Great Seal behind him, where cracks now spread across half its surface. "Soon it will break free regardless of my efforts. But with all 7 key fragments and guardian blood, I can forge a new bond, not to imprison Vorax, but to bind it to my will." What followed was a battle not merely of weapons and magic, but of shadows and light, of blood and soul. Elindra's awakened guardian powers clashed with Azurios's corrupted magic, while Kadrith fought against the pull of his demonic nature, drawn toward Vorax's influence, yet resisting through sheer force of will. In the midst of this chaos, the Order of the Crimson Vigil arrived, led by Grand Inquisitor Thorn. For a heartbeat, all parties stood in momentary detente, assessing new calculations of ally and enemy. "The seal breaks!" Kadrith shouted, as a massive crack split the chamber floor, shadows boiling up from the chasm like tar. There is only one way now. In that moment, understanding passed between Elindra and the half-demon who had become her reluctant mentor and friend. The original ritual had required 7 mages, but there had been an 8th participant, a being of both demonic and human blood who served as conduit and linchpin. Without hesitation, Elindra threw the medallion of 6 fragments to Grand Inquisitor Thorn. "To complete the circle," she commanded with the full weight of Guardian authority. "Blood freely given, not taken." While Azurios screamed in fury, Elindra and Kadrith positioned themselves on either side of the fracturing seal. Blood of Guardian and blood of Demon, freely mingled and freely given, the true key that the Order had never understood. As Vorax's shadows engulfed them both, as the Knights of the Order finally comprehended the truth of their ancient mission and formed the ritual circle with the 7 reunited fragments, Elindra felt not fear, but a strange sense of completion. This was what her bloodline had always been meant for, not dominion over darkness, but willing sacrifice to maintain the balance between realms. The last thing she saw before Shadow claimed her vision was Kadrith's smile, no longer fearsome, but peaceful. The last Guardian and the Exile, together bridging the gap between Shadow and Light, their legacy not one of conquest, but of protection. And somewhere, in a place beyond physical reality, the Great Seal reformed, stronger than before, woven not from force and coercion, but from willing sacrifice and unlikely friendship. In the border villages, they would tell stories of how the shadows retreated that day, how people woke from their half-slumber feeling whole again. They would speak in whispers of the Guardian who walked with shadows and the Demon who chose light. And when children asked what had become of these unlikely heroes, the elders would point to the night sky, where 2 new stars now burned side by side, one silver, one amber, keeping watch over the world they had saved. Story 6. The last guardian dragon of Moria fell from the dawn-lit sky like a dying star, its massive body crashing through the ancient pines of the Whispering Woods before coming to rest in a clearing bathed in morning mist. By the time the royal guard arrived, the beast's crimson scales had dulled to ashen grey, and its blood, once flowing with primordial magic, had crystallized into perfect black rubies that gleamed with inner fire despite the shadows that surrounded them. Lord Commander Thaddeus knelt beside the fallen guardian, his weathered hand hovering over the dragon's closed eye. 300 years you've watched over us, Azarath, he whispered, his voice breaking. What darkness could fell such a mighty sentinel? As if in answer, the black rubies pulsed with an ominous light, and in the distance, high atop the crystal spires of Moria's capital, a bell began to toll. 7 days later, Duchess Eleonora Silvermane transformed during a royal banquet. Witnesses described how her elegant features contorted in agony before reshaping into something ancient and terrible, her fingers elongating into talons, her skin hardening to scales, her eyes becoming bottomless pools of hunger. Before the guards could react, she had drained 3 courtiers of their innate magical essence, leaving behind only withered husks. The Duchess's final words before escaping into the night sky on newly formed wings echoed through the stunned hall. The immortal king rises again. Alaric Corvinobre preferred the company of the dead to the living. The catacombs beneath his ancestral home offered solitude and silence, qualities increasingly rare in Moria as panic spread through the kingdom. He knelt before his father's tomb, polishing the ornate silver daggers that adorned the stone effigy. Your grandfather hunted abominations until his 90th year, his mother's voice echoed from the shadows. Lady Ravenna Corvinobre emerged into the torchlight, her black ceremonial armor gleaming, her face a mask of determination. Your father slew the chimera of Eastfall when he was younger than you are now. The blood of hunters flows through your veins, Alaric, whether you embrace it or not. I'm a scholar, Mother, not a killer, Alaric replied, brushing dust from the ancient tomes stacked beside him. The answers to this curse lie in knowledge, not bloodshed. Then explain this, she said, tossing a scroll sealed with silver wax onto the stone floor. The seal bore the insignia of the rune singers, a circle of stars surrounding a single musical note. And they've called for you specifically, Alaric. Not me, not our remaining knights. You. Alaric's fingers trembled as he broke the seal. The rune singers were keepers of the old magic, advisors to kings and queens since Moria's founding. They hadn't summoned anyone from outside their order in over a century. The last dragon has fallen, he read aloud, his voice echoing against the ancient stones. The black rubies bloom. The immortal king stirs in his false grave. Bring the heir of Corvinobre to the singing towers before the next full moon rises. Only ancient blood can end the ancient song. The singing towers rose from the mist-shrouded valley like the fingers of some colossal stone giant reaching toward the heavens. Each of the 7 spires was carved from a different crystal, and when the wind blew through their carefully designed hollows and chambers, they produced harmonies so beautiful and complex that travelers were known to weep upon hearing them. Alaric adjusted his pack as he approached the central tower, crafted from pure amethyst that seemed to glow with inner light. 3 transformation incidents had been reported during his journey: a baron, a duchess, and most troublingly, the high cleric of the Sun Temple. Each had become something no longer human, consumed by a thirst for magic that left destruction in its wake. "You look nothing like your ancestors," came a melodious voice. Alaric turned to find a hooded figure leaning against one of the smaller crystal formations that dotted the valley floor. The stranger pushed back her hood, revealing copper-red hair braided with wildflowers and eyes the color of summer leaves. "You were expecting perhaps more muscles and bravado?" Alaric asked, adjusting the spectacles that kept sliding down his nose. The woman laughed, the sound reminiscent of the tower's song. "I expected the haunted eyes. All Corvinobres have them. Too many generations spent staring into the abyss." She extended a hand, adorned with intricate tattoos that seemed to shift and change like living vines. "Sylviane of the Heartwood, the rune singers sent me to guide you." "You're not one of them," Alaric observed, noting her rough-spun clothing and the subtle scent of earth and herbs that surrounded her. "No," she agreed, leading him toward a hidden path between the towers. "Aldrit, I'm what they fear most. A keeper of the wild magic they cannot control or categorize, a druid exiled for learning secrets they wished buried." The path wound through a labyrinth of smaller crystal formations before opening into a perfect circular clearing. 7 elders in silver robes stood in a ring around a pool of water so still it resembled polished obsidian. "The heir arrives," announced the eldest, her face webbed with wrinkles, yet her eyes sharp as a hawk's. "Show him, Sylviane." The druid knelt by the pool and touched its surface with one finger. The water rippled, and images formed. A dragon's corpse transforming into black rubies, nobles shifting into monstrous forms, and finally, the image of a man with a crown of twisted gold sitting upon a throne of bones, his face constantly shifting between different visages. "The immortal king," Sylviane explained, her voice tight with controlled anger. "Not a title, a being. Before Moria was founded, he discovered a way to cheat death through a pact with entities from beyond the veil. Every century, he transfers his essence into a new royal host, continuing his reign through manipulation and dark magic. But something has disrupted his cycle," continued the eldest rune singer. "The guardian dragons were bound to his magic, the last defense against his complete awakening. With Azurath's death, the king's essence is corrupting those of royal blood, turning them into vessels for fragments of his consciousness. Alaric frowned. What does this have to do with me? My family has never claimed royal lineage. Sylviane and the elders exchanged glances. "Show him," commanded the eldest. The druid reached for Alaric's hand, pricking his finger with a small bone knife before he could protest. A single drop of his blood fell into the pool, and the water erupted in song. Not sound, but visible waves of melody that spiraled upward in patterns of silver and gold. "The song of ancient blood," Sylviane whispered, awe in her voice. "The primordial melody that shaped magic itself. Your family were never monster hunters by chance," explained the eldest. The first Corvonobre was the immortal king's twin brother, the only one who could truly end him. Your bloodline carries the original song that can unbind his pact with the dark entities. For generations, the king has hunted your family, forcing them to become hunters themselves for survival, Sylviane added. The dragons protected your line in secret. With the last one gone, the king will come for me, Alaric concluded, feeling the weight of generations pressing down upon him. The crystal palace of Moria shimmered under the light of the full moon, its spires refracting the silvery glow into thousands of rainbow shards that danced across the royal gardens. But beneath its beauty, corruption festered. Half the court had transformed, their monstrous forms now guarding the throne room where something ancient and terrible was awakening. Alaric stood at the palace gates with Sylviane beside him, her hands glowing with wild magic. The rune singers had taught him the song of ancient blood, a melody so complex and powerful it had taken every moment of the past fortnight to master. Remember, Sylviane cautioned, adjusting the enchanted silver armor they had crafted for him. The song must reach completion before he fully manifests. Once the black rubies resonate with your blood, the binding will begin. "And if I fail?" Alaric asked, his scholar's mind calculating the variables, the narrow path to victory. Sylviane's expression softened. She reached up to touch his face, her fingers leaving traces of luminescent pollen on his skin. "Then I unleash the full fury of the wild magic, and we bring down the palace with him inside it." Alaric smiled despite the fear coursing through him. Always a plan. The throne room doors loomed before them, carved from ancient redwood and inlaid with scenes depicting Moria's founding. Beyond them waited the thing that had ruled from shadows for millennia, wearing countless faces while remaining eternally the same. Sylviane squeezed his hand. "Corvonobres have faced the abyss for generations," she reminded him. "But you're the first to carry a song into the darkness instead of a blade." Alaric took a deep breath, feeling the melody stir in his blood like a living thing eager to be released. The black rubies recovered from the dragon's corpse hung in a pouch at his throat, thrumming with dark energy. "Let us end an immortal song," he said, pushing open the doors to face his ancestor, "and begin a mortal one." The immortal king awaited on his throne of twisted gold, his face flickering between 1,000 stolen identities, his eyes ancient and terrible and fixed upon the last Corvonobre. Around him, the transformed nobles hissed and growled, held back only by their master's will. Alaric stepped forward and began to sing.